play with tired hands.
Red tide rolls in a cold breeze, steel boots on the sand, no ease. Propellers hum the Soviet quest, but the island ain't weak, not less. She-hot tanks roaring loud and clear, zombie hula girls, no fear. Tiki terrors rise, eyes ablaze, Soviets drown in the island haze. Island don't surf, island don't win, Tiki terrors won't let them in. She-hot tanks make the ground shake, zombie hula girls' hearts won't break. Under moonlight chants they clash, steel meets flame, bones will thrash. Cold War's heat, the island's grip, Tiki rage will never slip. Drums beat, wild waves take hold, Soviet shiver, hearts turn cold. In the depths of night they fail, Tiki terror's ancient tale. Island don't surf, island don't win, Tiki terrors won't let them in. She-hot tanks make the ground shake, zombie hula girls' hearts won't break. Island don't surf, island don't win, Tiki terrors won't let them in. She-hot tanks make the ground shake, zombie hula girls' hearts won't break.
Alright, howdy, it's your old pal, Tiki the Hut. Thanks for joining me again on another Too Late Tonight with Tiki. Or, in the case of Nathan and our friends across the pond, maybe a little too early, who knows? How are y'all doing? Ooh, man, look at that. Chat's already blowing up. Am I too early? I feel like I'm not. Am I too early? It's 2 o'clock, right? 2 a.m. Eastern, or am I crazy? Crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a room with padded walls, made me go crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. Yeah, I think I'm just on time, like a good wizard. Alright, so, during the day I was able to work on the boys a little bit more. Get some skin, get some clothes on them. Oop. Sorry about that, wrong button. There we go. I actually got this guy mostly painted up. This is Rusty. It's a Russell W's model. So these are my tank hunters. You can tell I got yellow on the rockets, so you know they explode a little bit more. There we go, it's a little bit easier to see. Yeah, the blast shield is black, you know, for a little bit extra toughness. Instead of bones, I like to do their little horns and chrome, you know. So overall, like, I'm really like painting these orcs. They're actually a lot of fun. And he's sitting on what we'll be working on tonight. We're going to be painting this, a traditional Ork Trukk. Hey, what's going on, Irish? Kind of both. I'm enjoying my palette cleanse. I'm working on my MPs. I'm waiting on my 50 cals to come in. There's a huge mix-up in the mail. I think I got to go to the post office and pick it up. It came all the way from Poland perfectly fine. They tried to deliver it to my door once. I wasn't there, and then it's a whole huge thing. I don't know. So I got to go pick up like my 20 3D printed 50 cals so I can work on my MP platoon. So in the meantime, I'm working on some boys. Hey, what's going on, Grim Tim Tim? Start to see you more often, man. I'm glad to see you in the chat. Yeah, right now, speaking of paint shades, I'm trying to figure out exactly how I want to do their bases. I'm not really sure what I want to do. Whatever it is, it needs to be a little bit more than just Zendari dust on cork. I need it to pop a little bit more, but I also need to be able to do it like 100 times, you know, so nothing too crazy. Hey, thanks, Irish. I appreciate it. Yeah, pretty soon. Whenever you're ready, man, you let me know, and I'll put in the order for my commando orcs, and I'm excited to do some kill team. So I reached out to the crusade I was part of, my local crusade. It got kind of crazy big. I guess the guy let in like a lot of people, and a lot of people aren't local, I guess, and so they're gonna do like every other game was going to be on TTS, and so I just like kind of tipped my hat and said, hey, you know, I don't think I'm a good fit, so I'm just going to kind of deuce out before it starts, you know, that way I'm not letting anybody down. So with that being said, I kind of bowed out of that crusade, so now I can actually take my time painting these orcs, so I'm pretty excited about that actually. Alright, so we built the truck. What I learned from the other truck, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go and I'm going to paint the actual orcs and these little leather wrappings. I'm going to hit all those in Zendari dust and go back over them. It makes it a lot easier to paint the orcs and gobos. So if you see this, so the engine, oh, you can see my dog's hair everywhere. God, he sheds. Alright. So the engine's going to be fully shiny and chrome, as it should be. I like all my actual symbols to be chrome, so that part right there will be chrome. That part right there will be chrome. I'm probably gonna make the skull chrome. Not quite sure, that may stay red. The grill's gonna be chrome. Sorry, the grill's gonna be chrome. So I gotta paint the orcs. This is gonna be chrome. This part right here will probably be black, and then this will be like, sorry, yeah. So black, this will probably be that heated copper that I like to use. I got the two gobos back here, holding it down. Yeah, this should be a quick paint. I mean, not a quick paint, should take the whole time, but it should be fun. Hey, Mad Larkin, what's going on, buddy? Orc on orc violence, I think, is the best kind of violence. So the two armies, like in my Warhammer 40k, I'm still looking at the two armies I really want to play. So I really want to fight some orcs, and I really want to fight some Black Templars. I don't care if it's a mixed match, I just would absolutely love to fight some Black Templars. So I'm just covering them in a full thing of Sandari dust because that's how I'm already painting my regular orcs, so I already know how the formula works on them. So I just kind of cover the whole thing in Sandari dust. Bonsai indeed, Bad Rabbit. Yeah, you mean Tuesday. Yeah, I honestly, like, I'm glad I got to play Battlefield Gothic when it was still hopping, you know? Even then, when I played, it was hard to find a game, right? I had to go, like, all the way to the biggest city nearby to get a game. But I am sad I missed out on Gorka Morka. That looks like probably one of the most fun things I've ever seen GW put out. So I said, if you can see if it focuses, yeah, this is like where these little wrappings are. I like to paint those leather, so I need to hit those with Zendari dust. So that surprised me with GW's like latest crusade against like you know, fan-made content. I'm surprised TTS is surviving without getting the absolute banhammer from Games Workshop. Are all the models like legally distinctive, or how's that working? There we go. It's not as bright and shiny, so you guys can see that a little bit better. There we go. So I'll actually be headed to probably one of my favorite stores, which actually isn't local. I'll be headed up to Warpfire Games on Monday. If I remember correctly, hopefully Irish can correct me. I'm glad he's in the chat. Warpfire has like a bits box, right? You can just like walk in and just like buy bits and just dig around their bits box and just like pay for what you take. If so, I think I'm gonna go like bits diving. And the other thing, so I have another group of rescue orcs coming in. They're Iron Jaw orcs from Age of Sigmar, so that's actually kind of cool. I should have enough bits to convert them to a squad. And something I'm looking at is if I can find one for a good price, I may pick up a old world box of Orc Mob. the ones that come with like swords and shields, because the bits they have look really good. They have a lot of like evil sun looking bits and orc skulls. It'll make putting like Ludo wagons a lot easier. That's a lot of bodies. Yeah, some Nid hunters would actually be really cool for some orcs. That's a good point, Grimton Tim. So I think last time they did that because they're about to put out a bunch of stuff on Warhammer Plus. Do you think that means they're about to put out more stuff, or do you think it's because they're getting ready for their yeah, has anyone heard any scuttlebutt about the Amazon show? The Warhammer 40k one? I saw the episode from Secret Level. It wasn't bad. It's alright. I wonder what's leading this current crusade. If that show's more than a year out. Hey, what's going on, Evolution? Can't figure out a motive yet, just GWB and GW. You're like, well, it's been a while since we culled the herd. Let's let them know we're still watching, you know? Yeah, I'm actually really glad I took the back bar off and put it on the other vehicle. Not only does it make the other one look a little bit more orky, but more importantly, it makes putting a boy on the back of this a hell of a lot easier. You know, I'm trying to fit in between the two different things. So you should, Grim Tim's right, you should always fear Mork, but sometimes you gotta think about Gork. You know, sometimes it's the brutal cunning you can't see, and sometimes it's the cunning brutality. None of them are holla back boys, but they're all truck boys. Yeah, I've refined my my paint colors too. I'm only gonna do like the orange pants and the white shirts on like special models. I think for the most part, I'm just gonna get them all just like orange jumpsuits. It's a hell of a lot easier than trying to limit the colors that I'm painting each boy. Because these orcs take a little while to paint. I was surprised by that. I think I'm used to my bolt action Japanese that I can just like crank out. So that background music is AI generated with Suno. Same thing with the 2 songs. Well, I actually have multiple songs, but I only have 2 published right now. No, they're all made with Suno. So I'm sorry, that's AI generated. So I know a lot of people are against AI stuff, which I totally understand. But again, as you guys know, this channel's never monetized, so that's why I don't mind doing AI stuff on this channel, because it's not monetized whatsoever. All the merch sales, so I appreciate that all goes towards Clash of the Caribbean. Hey, it's Swark himself. What's going on, buddy? How you doing? I'm just working on an Ork Trukk. Well, I'm sure they are arcade, but they're probably Danish. Yeah, that is clearly the correct color. Yeah, it's ultimately red. So I just prime the whole thing in red, then I go back and I hit the grots and the orcs and Zendari dust, and I go back and I paint them, to match, these guys' paint style. So that's what I'm doing right now. Is I'm kind of going back over and hitting the orcs with this Zendari dust and going back over to paint them again. It's not pretty, but, it's effective. I will take it. Actually reminded me painting all these trucks. I was in a group chat earlier on Morty and Glory's Discord. I was talking to some people like Chansey, Trooper, Warpforge, some of the usual suspects were there. And we were chatting. I guess they got on the topic of military stuff. And so I was talking about convoys and how some of that stuff works. And it's funny, we were talking if anyone's interested in this stuff, feel free to stop me if you're not interested. We're talking about how counterinsurgency works, asymmetrical warfare. And a common misconception, in my lowly humble opinion, very lowly humble opinion, is a lot of people rely a lot on special operations to combat counterinsurgency. It's a good way to wage asymmetrical warfare, counterinsurgency, but the best counter to asymmetrical warfare, in my opinion, is trained military police. There's actually a really good paper out there about this as well, talking about the Italian Carabinieri and how well they're doing in Africa, particularly fighting Al-Qaeda in the lands of Islam Maghreb and a few of the other groups, helping out the French Foreign Legion. But the reason why I say that is, military police trained units, or, our security forces, master arms, whatever acronym you want to use, Gendarme, Gendarme, Gendarmes, Carabinieri, whatever country you want to use, because they train in both. You got to remember, for their training is both a mixture of small unit tactics, not infantry, much different than that, but they get trained in small unit tactics. But more importantly, they're also usually fully motorized, so they're used to deploying from vehicles, and they also specialize in urban, more house-to-house and mount-style fighting. So, they're actually pretty good at mount, and then more importantly, they also are really good about use of force and de-escalation. And that sounds like a silly thing to think about in a war zone, but it's actually really kind of nice, because we were able to not only take an objective, but we could hold it and not piss off the locals. And the reason why I say that, the example talking about these trucks come from, is it's a long story short. It all circles back, I promise. Just kind of rambling. But the reason why it comes back is we're talking about Frankensteining Humvees, and where the term Frankenstein comes from, kind of like how these vehicles, it's kind of like kit bashing, but Frankenstein would be you take parts from different vehicles, you slap them together and make this monster of a vehicle. So we had old Humvees that were falling apart, and we learned to Frankenstein them from the Marine Corps guys and just take parts and kind of slap them together. So when we went rolling out there, the guys before us had fully, one-colored, awesome vehicles, and they took fire sometimes. Maybe they didn't. They pissed off the locals. It is what it is, right? Well, we went rolling out there. People started to know who we were because we had, upper Humvees and some, old MRAPs, but they were falling apart. And so we had to cobble together pieces. So we had like tan vehicles with a green door, and like some of our tarps were like BDU tarps we used to cover the guns, and we had like mismatching gear all over the place because we're poor as hell. The Air Force is not funded security force as well. But the locals started noticing that. They called it like jigsaw, whatever the Pashto term for jigsaw is, or like puzzle. They called them like puzzle cars or puzzle trucks. And they wouldn't shoot at us as much because, we weren't dicks. We didn't piss in Gatorade bottles and give it to kids telling them it's Gatorade. We treated that like it was our own community policing. We used all our law enforcement training to kind of act more like a sheriff's department and less like a, outside the wire patrol. So the reason where that comes from is, like, a lot of times the marking on your vehicles as you go driving by, people recognize that real quick. And just build these Ork trucks just kind of reminded me of that, because we're rolling around the Badlands of Afghanistan, these mismatched looking trucks, with some like hand-me-down weapons. And you had to go fast, and most of the locals were pretty cool. So no one really messed with us that much on patrol, just because we didn't really mess with anybody else. We did our job, but we were actually pretty chill about it, So it's just like it's one of those little fun stories where like real life military stuff and Warhammer 40k kind of collide. Yeah, we worked with a lot of combat engineers, Larkin, doing like route clearance and stuff. Oh, well, I'm glad your cat likes the Tiki mask. Sorry, I'm slow to catch up on the chat. That's awesome. Crabs over castles. Everyone needs to teach it. Oh. Yeah, it's not to say sometimes other career fields can save our ass. Like there was one particular time we did flyaway security to Jalalabad, also known as Jbad, the Oakland of Afghanistan. And we did not have enough forces there when we flew in. And we were in some serious danger. Luckily, out of nowhere, I'm talking like blessed moment. I guess Cav Scouts were nearby. I think they're Cav Scouts. I don't know who rolls in Striker brigades, but dude, a whole bunch of Strikers like rolled in. Oh, they saved our ass, man. They're cool dudes. Yeah, a lot of people are like, "Oh, those aren't real tanks." I was like, "Yeah, but when you're on the ground and you're heavy, when your organic heaviest weapon is like a 240 and like maybe two AT4s, like a whole bunch of Strikers coming in looks like fucking Bane blades." You know, you're like, "Oh, thank God." Yes, that was unfortunately that was my Chihuahua in the back. He doesn't sleep well. If anyone like moves, as he's getting older and his eyesight's going away, he barks more at things he can't see because his eyesight's just getting terrible. So he'll wake up and just like randomly growl and bark at things now. I have two dogs. One's a Brittany Spaniel. Sorry for how loud it was. I have a Brittany Spaniel who's super chill, doesn't bark. He's just a mad chill dog. And then the other dog is a Chihuahua Corgi Mutt. So he has like the attitude and the head and body of a Chihuahua and like the butt of a Corgi and the little legs of a Corgi. It's a terrible animal. Yeah. Mad Larkin's not wrong. Yeah, flat tops are actually, you're just begging for an explosive. Oh, not flat tops, sorry, flat bottoms, yeah. The V-shaped hole really helps mitigate blast a little bit. Yeah, towards the very end, you know, once some other people left, we got access to their motor pool, you know, so we finally got like some nice matte V's and stuff like that towards the end. But for a while, I mean, we were just rolling anything we could find. Like the supervisor vehicle was still a Hilux that we took from the village. Yeah, so I mean he's good. He's a good pack animal. You know, he'll like bark at some things, and it makes my bigger dog come over, and he doesn't really bark. He'll be like, "Oh, hey, what's going on?" He's like a good alarm, but yeah, it's a very, very anxious animal. So I try and use a filter to keep him out. You know, but every now and then he'll bark, and you'll hear him. Yeah, that was our posting vehicle too. You know, we had to post out in Hilux. And then he set it up a second time, and that one that one caught fire, burned over. That one caught fire, burned, fell over, then sunk into the swamp. But the third 3D printer held. Yeah, about to say, I missed mine until you had a Hilux. If some of y'all have never driven a Hilux, like the Desert Special, I'm telling you, it's a special vehicle. Stick shift, short bed, crew cab, 4-door, with about a 2-inch lift. That is the Desert Special, and that thing will take you anywhere you need to go. Hey, what's going on, Trooper? Hey, look at that! Everyone's reunited. We got Trooper, we got Irish, and we got RK. You know, all the people who played in the Malta game for Bolt Action. That's pretty cool. Yeah, where are the Humvee keys? They're usually kept right next to the box of grid squares, you know? So, the joke we got some new guys on, and we end up pissing somebody off so they actually could play higher up, is we hit them with the ID10T forms. Oh, man. So, the trick is you have to sound believable whenever you're running like a new guy prank like that. You know, like the box of grid squares, the golden rivet, you know. For us, the ID10T form. So one of my favorites was, and this one was diabolical, right? This took some serious setup. Alright, so yeah, that's all in class for me. Oh, we're back. Alright, we're back. Sorry about that. I got a little blip on my side. Alright, so yeah. You have a special security instructions that lets you know, like, your post limit, your radio call sign, you know, who's in your area, who's your boss, all that kind of stuff, right? And so we were playing a prank on a new kid, right? If you've never been on a flight line, if you've ever seen one at night, there's all these little blue lights, right? The slang term we call those are Smurfs, right? Those kind of let you know where the taxiway is, right? So that way a plane can move around at night without, like, going off to the grass. Those Smurfs are expensive. So nowadays, you know, they're like embedded in the ground so you don't drive over them and break them. But back in the day, they used to be, you know, above ground, and they're just giant, like, light bulbs, kind of. So you had to be careful not to run over the Smurfs. So with that being said, we had something out there called a Smurf check. Smurf check was you send someone out there, you know, to make sure, you know, all the Smurfs were there, none of them were broken or damaged, or no one drove over them, right? So this is not a real thing. Hey, what's going on, Mike? Big Buff Ladies. So we'd send the new kid out to go do a Smurf check. So the new kids were getting kind of bold and smart, you know, kind of getting a bit lippy. So one day I show up to work super early, get access to my work computer, and I print off a whole extra set of special security instructions. And in there, like, I change the page numbers, and I put in this whole thing that, hey, on like Wednesdays and Fridays, you know, a Smurf check needs to be conducted, you know, at such and such a time. So we had this new kid show up, you know, and he's posted on one of the mobile patrols. He's excited, and he gets to ride around in a car instead of just like walking wingtip to wingtip on a plane. You know, he's not a static post. And so he's all super excited. We're like, hey man, you gotta get out and do Smurf checks. He's like, I'm not stupid. I'm not. He's like, there's no such thing as a Smurf check. I was like, I fucking guarantee you there is. He's like, oh yeah, show it to me. I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, where is it? I was like, dude, read your SSIs. So this kid pops up with this metal binder. The look on his face. As he scrolls to the back, and no bullshit, there's that extra page I put in there, you know, with the instruction he has to get out and like check each individual blue light and write down the serial number. And because of the posturing at the time, we had to keep all our gear with us, so he had to wear like full gear for it. So this kid was walking around for like, we forgot about him. So he was walking around there for like 4 hours in full kit, walking around with a notepad, sitting down next to each blue light, just writing down numbers. We totally forgot about him until we were like driving back. We see like, we're like, what the hell is that in the road? Like, what's that in the taxiway? We're about to call it in on the radio when he looks up and you can see the blue light shining off his face. I was like, oh shit, we forgot the new guy. Dude, he was like 2 miles from where we dropped him off, just like writing down all these Smurfs. And I just remember that scene from oh god, what was that? 2.5 Men. Where he's like, hey, did you forget something important? And they're thinking about it. It shows like that kid they left at soccer practice. It's like, nah, if I can't remember, it probably wasn't important. Yeah, I absolutely. No, we once we figured we stopped, we're like, hey man, yeah, you're like, yeah, don't worry about it, you've already completed some of it. Yeah, we gotta go do some building checks. Hop in. Oh my god. I think that kid figured out we fucked with him like 2 months later. He was posted with some physical security NCO, and he mentioned that. He was like, yeah man, I hate doing those Smurf checks. He's like, what are you talking about? He's like, oh, I'm sorry, blue light checks. He's like, that's not a thing. And I was like, ah, shit. Yep. Oh yeah. That is a good one. Dude, we had all sorts of hazing techniques for new people. It's also just to make sure, you know, because anytime you come to a new base, even if you're coming straight from like A school, AIT, tech school, whatever your branch calls it, you have that little bit of cockiness. So it's there just to kind of like bust your balls back down and make you remember you're not better than anybody else, you know? Like, I thought I was clever. My hazing at that same base, because that was my first base. You know, I read everything. I was like, man, they're not going to get me. You know, I've already done time in the Naval Reserve. Like, I'm used to this. They're not going to get me. I'm no F&J. They got me by we're just doing light all checks. You know, we're just like checking these light alls, checking to make sure they have fuel, right? So as we're walking over, one guy's like, hey man, I got bag drag. I was like, you got an extra handcuff key? I was like, no, but you can borrow mine. So I took out my handcuff key without even thinking, because I wanted to be a nice guy, and I let him borrow my handcuff key. He's like, oh, cool, thanks, man. And he literally just handcuffed me to the light all, and then double locked it. And I was like, ah, fuck. So they just drove off, you know, and left me there for a couple hours. I'm like, I kind of deserve that. They gotta show me to be a cocky, arrogant bastard. The best part was like the area supervisor drove up and he's like, hey, what's going on? I was like, nothing. He's like, you want to tell me what happened? I was like, no. And he's like, you got a handcuff key? I was like, not anymore. And he's like, you're an idiot, and just drove off and left me there. And I was like, that's a nice flight, you know. What a bunch of gentlemen. But again, this is like circa 2010, so it was a different time. You know, you probably don't see that nowadays. This is restricted area, no cell phones, no smartphones, nothing like that. Matter of fact, if you know your history, if you know your recent events, this was right before the Arab Awakening or the Arab Spring kicked off. And this is like southern Turkey, so shit got real quick. Alright. So we got all our orks. We got our gobos in the back, and we got our orks in the front. Hit with 10, and we hit all of our... I think we hit all of our leather spots. Let's check see if we have any more leather spots. Nope, alright. Oh yeah, the prick 7. Oh my god. One of my other favorites is we had a very loose term that referred not really to contraband, so it could refer to, it's one of those things where the context mattered. This could refer to contraband, stuff you're not supposed to have out there. It could refer to like food, but not actual like chow break. It could refer to a piece of gear you lost. It could refer to like maybe a pack of cigarettes, or you're looking for some dip. The context of this word could apply to anything, but our term was distro, short for distribution. So it'd be like, hey, Romeo 5 Bravo to Whiskey 2, you got that distro over, you know? So distro is our short term to cover like all sorts of stuff, right? And so usually for us, you know, each of our platoons, or what we call flights, they have a every time we get a new officer, they pick a new moniker for the flight or for the platoon. And usually your term represents the letter of your platoon or flight. For example, if you're Charlie Flight, you know, the third flight or third platoon, your call sign could be anything from, I've seen Comanche, Commando, Chargers, you know, anything that starts with C, you know, it kind of works that way. So this time we happen to be our Cobra. Cobra's a popular one. So this time we happen to be Commando. So usually your officer will take the moniker of Commando 6, and your highest enlisted, your platoon sergeant, if you will take the term Commando 5. So for new guys, we told them that, like, you know, because some flights, like we had a Delta flight who changed their name to Rebels for some reason, even though it has no D in it. I don't know, it's fucking weird, right? So we convinced one of our new guys that the call sign for our officer was Distro 7. He kept calling for like Distro. Or no, Distro 6. He kept saying Distro 6, trying to get the flight commander over there. And he's like, I don't have your distro. Like, what do you want? And then he came over and just ragged the kid apart. It was classic. So yeah, so one of the best things, if you can embarrass somebody over the radio, because I don't understand the technology. I wasn't RF. You know, I'm not like a super nerd. I don't know what it is about LMRs, land mobile radios, you know, in law enforcement, police, but in military. Every ounce of sarcasm comes across perfectly on those radios. I have absolutely no idea why. I mean, like, everything comes across on those. So, like, when you hear like a long pause and like a coffee or something like that, like you could feel so much is emoted through silence on those radios. So if you could embarrass somebody on the radio or the whole flight could hear, oh, that was the best. All right, let's get painting the chrome. There's gonna be a lot of chrome in this bad boy. Using the good old lead belcher, the classic. Nah, man, that's one thing. In the Air Force, we weren't allowed to mess with our officers. Yeah, no, that got bad real quick. Yeah, officers were absolutely immune to anything and everything. At least in like our branch. Flight chiefs you could mess with if you were brave enough, but they would probably eat your lunch. I think the only I want to say flight chief, that's like a platoon sergeant. So I think the only one I saw really got and he lost his shit when it happens is what people don't know is in our career field we wear berets. We wear blue berets actually. And if you've ever seen a military style beret, there's actually like a little leather or pleather band, you know? And so if you leave your beret unattended, one of our traditions is to take a grease pen or a grease pencil and just mark the absolute shit out of that band. So when you put that thing on, because every beret is fitted. So when you put that beret on and you leave it on for like an hour, and then you take it off, you have this black line across your forehead. Oh, Jesus. We found a beret, right? That was just laying out. And so officers have their rank on their berets, but enlisted don't. Enlisted, we just have the flash, right? So we see a pretty nice beret just laying around the one of the arming tables. We're like, I wonder who this is. So we just take it and grease pencil it up, right? And we had no idea who it was. And then sure as shit, we step outside to post. And our flight chief takes off his beret to put on his helmet, and we see that black line, and we're just like, oh! Like, ooh, this is not gonna end well. Yeah, that was a long day. Worth it. To tie it back to 40K, I got a lot of people into 40K through all my Black Library books, like for the Imperial Guard and stuff like that. Because again, this is back before 6th edition. So I used to finish a book in like 15 hours, and I'd pass it around. So people would borrow it and read it all the time. And I just got like every Imperial Guard book I could find, like the novels, and I'd just read them and then give them out to people on flight or platoon. No, it's weird. It's like every other career field in the Air Force, the gap between enlisted and officers is like very demure. Like there's a lot of, you don't see a lot of, what's the term for that? Fraternize. Yeah, you don't see a lot of frat charges because, officers and enlisted, because enlisted are highly specialized, a lot of times there's not much that separates them. They all have degrees and stuff like that. So it's a much different culture in the Air Force with the exception of security forces. That career field does not play that game. There's a huge, like, alien-sized rift between officers and enlisted, as well there should be, so it contributes to our culture. But speaking of military law enforcement, I'm excited. I plan to sit down and listen to a video that's going over. It's Tabletop Tommy's video, going over the new Air Force or the new Air Force. Wow, the new armies of the American book for bolt action. And luckily, RK already showed me the MPs. I like how they got a lot of the rules from like the Field Jägers and the Kitzelhunds from the German book. So I like how they have like the traffic control and stuff like that. It's really kind of neat. But they can only be taken as inexperienced, which is actually kind of cool. So it's much more of like a rear echelon or rear detachment style force. Well, it's weird. I saw a change in my career field, Irish. Like as the years went on, and GWAT kind of dwindled down. Like it got a lot more relaxed. But like in the early years, it was very strict. Like you don't like walk, especially if you're not a sergeant. You don't walk up and talk to a sergeant. You know, somewhere at E4 is gonna grab you and correct you before you get there. But you know, then I went stateside, and they're like, "Hey, Jim." I was like, "Who the fuck's Jim?" Like, yeah, everyone's on a first name basis. I was not about that life. I had a huge culture shock when I went to the Guard from active duty, and I left security forces and I went to a space control squadron. I was still security forces, but everybody else was a space nerd. That was a culture shock. Yeah, I have like officers and high enlisted coming and be like, "Hey, you wanna go grab a drink after work?" I was like, nice try, that's a trap. Like, fuck off. Like, not gonna get me. I was suspicious of everybody, like, you know, like a foster animal. See, I like trying to paint all the spikes and like the real cutting edge bits. I'm gonna paint them kind of chrome, you know. Hey, what's going on, Squidfist? We're just working on a truck right now. So another thing, again, not a sponsor, not affiliated, just my personal opinion. I'm about to order a set of custom dice. I'll be ordering from the Ork Scrapyard, not Baron of Dice. I know everyone and their mom uses a Baron of Dice, but I'll be ordering it from the Ork Scrapyard. And once I get my set of custom dice, if I like them, then I'll be able to recommend them. You know, if I like them. If I don't, then I won't. But I was excited. I was talking to a guy. You can actually get small sets of custom dice made. You know, you don't have to order 100. You can just get them in like set to 10. They are made in the UK though, so us Yanks will have to pay shipping and all that fun stuff. Yeah, that's what turned me on to this the Ork Scrapyard. Actually, hold on, let me put a link to them so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Again, I'm not affiliated. I haven't tried any of their products yet, so I can't honestly recommend anything. But you could take a look at some of the stuff they have. I appreciate the niceness, Larkin, but I'm happy if this channel stays just this size and it's just us hanging out, man. That is awesome to me. Like I said, I'll never be monetized. It's not about the size. It's definitely about the quality of people, and you guys are awesome. Like I said, right now, let me see how many we got. I think we got 15 in the chat. Everyone's chatting away. We're having a good time, swapping some old war stories, making some jokes, painting some models. I'm telling you, it doesn't get better than this, you know. Anybody's free to join the stream, you know, the more the merrier, but I'm happy with what we have. I'm not sure, Bad Rabbit. Like I said, I have the video queued up from Tabletop Tommies. I'm going to take a look probably tomorrow, listen to it while I'm at work, and find out. I haven't really dug into the book yet. Try RK. RK may know. Oh, thanks, RK, man. I appreciate that. I don't know. I like being a nerd. I like the lore. I like painting. I like having fun. I like chatting with you guys. So that's one thing that turned me towards an orc. I figured I might make a good orc player. You know, hopefully I have the right mentality for it. So. Oh, I'm definitely gonna dry brush some red, like some blood on there, like a different colored red. I think I have a good one for it. Yeah, so like I said, we're talking about the core book. Yeah, you got to upgrade their mini machine gun team, or you could, what I like to do, I like to take heavy machine guns on my trucks. Ooh, for my dice, Mad Larkin, so I'm looking to get, you might like this, I'm looking to get blue dice with red pips, and the red symbol is going to be, you know, Ride Eternal for Gork and Mork, the little Mad Max thing. Getting it for these guys first. And then if that goes well, then I may actually do like channel dice. I may order a whole bunch of Tiki dice, and then just, you know, give them out. You know, give them out to people when we play. You know, and I meet you guys face to face. You know, pass out Tiki dice and stuff like that. You know. Yeah, I figured blue dice, you know, makes it a little bit lucky. I mean, I didn't come up with that. I was listening to some other guys, and they gave me that idea, and I'm like, oh, it's a really cool idea. The red still makes them go fast, but the blue makes it lucky, so they're lucky and fast. Yeah, definitely gonna do. I think I have to come up with a more simplistic Tiki mask design in order to make dice. Like, mine's a little too complicated, so I'm gonna have to like work on getting a simplified version. And then I'll definitely do some Tiki dice. Like one of my goals with the Tiki dice would be to maybe for like the big events that Mordian does, like send him a whole bunch of Tiki dice to like pass out to like people who do like really cool stuff, like really friendly people. Like more, you know how like I sponsored the Sportsman Award last time, you know, kind of like that, you know, pass those out to like people who are really chill, really cool. Anytime, man, anytime. I said I may not always know the answers, but I know where you can look, or I know you can ask. Yeah, there's some really good Krieg ones too. So like I said, yeah, I'm working with I think his name's Chaos Private. I'm working with him to see if my my designs are simple enough, and if so, I'll pull the trigger on the dice. That way I can have a set for bolt action and a set for 40k. Yeah. Also, so here's the cool thing, that link I sent you guys, and again, I can't endorse it because I haven't got any yet. So I think they're great, but I don't know. I don't have any, right? But if you go to the search bar and you type in scrap, they actually have a whole bunch of like misprint dice for super cheap. So if you're just looking for like a whole bunch of like random dice, you know, that have like a little bit of errors, they have them for sale there. A lot of cool different ones. Some of the images could be off like a little bit, or the color could be a little bit off and stuff like that. Stuff they can't like sell, they're selling for super cheap as like scrap dice. Kind of a cool thing. Alright, we got our wrecking ball. Nice. It's not wrong. Like I did reloading. I still do reloading a lot, you know, for years and years, and I still never memorize a formula. I still look up every single one of my formulas, every single one of my loads. I look it up in a book. Yeah, I kind of like this little design idea. So I took one ladder off to put it on the other trucks on this one instead, because the rules say you have garrote riggers, you know, to like repair the vehicle and hang out in the rigging. So for this, I actually, you know, I got a box of garrotes for like pretty cheap, so I actually put some garrotes on there, you know. So it still leaves room to put an orc there, so you can tell like who's in the truck, or the truck has somebody in it, you know. And I also have little garrotes hanging out. Yep. Yeah, you're not wrong. All right, man, we are getting some good painting done. Man, I said I'm trying to be better today about both painting and chatting. Yesterday, I was like so focused on the orcs, I kept forgetting to like talk. You know, I'm like, oh, it's kind of quiet. I'm like, oh shit, I'm supposed to be talking. This is a little bit easier. Hey, Sam, I am the motorcycle man. What's going on, buddy? Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate you popping in. I'm just working on some orcs. I know usually it's conflict 47 a bolt action, but I'm taking a little bit of a palette cleanse here. You may like this, Sam. I am giving your name. I'll be building this guy tomorrow. A little Def Kilo Ork Trukk. Oh yeah. Sorry, I have everything set up on my desk. I don't want to knock everything down by laying the thing flat. But I'll actually be probably building him tomorrow, so I'm pretty excited about that. Yeah, so now that I'm out of that crusade, I gotta figure out how I want to play my first game. I think I'd love to do like a 500-point match, but you know, I'm not sure how those work because I know boarding action is 500 points, but I thought combat patrol was also 500 points. But apparently, combat patrol is just played with the combat patrols you buy. It's kind of weird, but whatever. So I gotta figure out how I want to do a 500-point game. Do you do secondaries in a 500-point game? That's exactly what this is, Sam. I'm going for. That's why the vehicles are red. I'm going for a. Here, I got this one painted ready. So I'm going for an Evil Sunz themed, Mad Max style, full motorized force. Like everybody's gonna be in trucks. The only exception is I'll probably have some commandos that I use for kill team, and because I'm pretty sure they can like I don't know what 40k is called, where they can kind of like infiltrate a little bit, or like start further up on the board, so they probably won't have their own ride. Everybody else is going to be straight up fully motorized. Well, yeah, I saw there's like special combat patrol missions in the Leviathan box. Like these look like great 500-point missions, so you know, we'll see. Yeah, Sim, I am. This whole like my warlord's on a war trike, you know. He's gonna be attached to some bikers. I have a whole bunch of like custom booster blaster buggies. All my boys riding trucks. You know, everybody's a truck boy. Yeah, it's very Mad Max themed, you know. I wanted to get into orcs, not just as a palate cleanse, but I like the people who play orcs, you know, and I like that the lore is pretty well insulated. It's kind of hard to mess up orc lore, you know? And, I don't know, I love post-apocalyptic stuff like Mad Max, Death Race, Gaslands, Fallout, and so, like, this is just a natural little, Venn diagram. I think I might really enjoy this faction. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I stepped away from that crusade. Like, another guy dropped his army last minute to do... Because one guy dropped his last minute to do Chaos Knights. So another guy dropped his to do regular Knights. And I'm like, this doesn't sound like it's going to be a very fun crusade. I was like, I feel like I'm just going to be fighting different flavored Knights. I was like, and like, I think everyone was Imperium. Like, two other people other than me were Xenos. Well, there's a Necron player, a Tau, but straight Kroot. Like, he was all Oops, all Kroot, right? So he was all Kroot. I was looking forward to playing with him. But, and then you had me with the Orks. Everybody else was some type of Imperium. But then the Necron guy changed to Chaos Knights. Oh yeah, I'm going to be hitting this shiny engine so hard with that Nolan oil. I want it to look like proper treadhead style Black Thumb mechanic. So fun fact, y'all paint the underside of your vehicles? Because I don't. I don't know if I'm the only lazy one. Let me know if I'm alone in my laziness. Hey, what's going on, Weird War 2? Yeah, I'm taking a little bit of a palette cleanse. I've been painting a lot of World War 2, a lot of Conflict 47. I did a painting competition. Like, I sat down and painted like 8 tanks straight, so I wanted a little bit of a palette cleanse. So now I'm kind of getting some orcs painted and ready. It's kind of fun. It's still like I'm going more like post-apocalyptic with it, you know, like the full Mad Max Cult of Speed thing. So I'm having fun with it. The fun part is I was able to get some of the older codexes. Like you can see, you know, some of the codexes I have. I got some of the older codexes, so I'm trying to build a edition-proof orc army. You know, something I can play in case someone wants to do 3rd edition, 4th edition, 5th edition, 7th edition, 10th edition, like whatever edition they want. Hopefully my orcs, you know, always figured, you know, boys and trucks are boys and trucks. Yeah, so I'm about to put out some official heading on that. I have the official dates, Weird War. The dates are locked in. It is October 15th through the 17th. I say again, October 15th through the 17th. It is officially on. It is a 500-point bolt action event, 6 players, and then on the day that we're docked in the Bahamas, if you do want to stay on board versus going ashore, I'll also be doing demo games of Conflict 47. So if you want to swing by and play Conflict 47. I'm gonna put out a post and a video that does the full breakdown. You know, announces everything. Yeah, I finally talked to the cruise line. I got a hold of a good person. Let's see, where's the Bad Rabbit spoke to him. Nadette is awesome. She is my point of contact. So if you're looking at going, I can give you a contact number, and she is absolutely awesome, and she'll get you everything she can. No kickbacks to me or anything. She's just a really good point of contact. All right. Well, hey, congratulations, Sim. I hope your restaurant does well, brother. Keep us posted on how it goes, and I wish you all the best of luck. Thanks for hopping in, man. It's good to hear and see from you. Yeah, by all means. So, the bolt action event will be held in the library on the ship. Yes, the ship is old enough to actually have a library. So the bolt action will be in the library, and the Conflict 47 demo game will actually be in the living room of my suite. That way we can have a really nice view and a balcony and stuff like that. So that'd be a great time to bring by your Battleground World War II game so we can take a look at it there. Based off watching your streams and what I can glean of your personality, Weird War II, without being weird about it, or Brian, whichever you prefer. But it seems like this cruise might mesh well with you. Like I said, it's the Margaritaville at Sea Paradise, Margaritaville at Sea cruise. It's a very laid back cruise. Like I said, if you wear shorts, like a Hawaiian shirt and flip-flops, you can go anywhere on the ship, even to the main dining room. There's not like a weird strict dress code. It's a very laid-back system. That's why very on brand for me, very tiki, very laid back, very chill. That's why I kind of lined this whole thing up. They do a special promotion for heroes, is what they call it. So for veterans, teachers, first responders, they generally like waive their fee. They still pay taxes and I think like a small charge, but it makes it very affordable for first responders, military, and teachers. So those are the majority of the people on the ship. Plus you have a lot of Bahamian natives who are using the ship as a fast ferry to go between the States and the Bahamas. So yeah, it's a very, very chill passenger list too. Oh yeah, look at that engine. So I'm leaving these red because I'm going to go over these with a what color did I use for that? Sorry, I blinked out. My Balthazar gold. Let me know if you need a bolt action army Weird War II. I can bring an extra one for you if you don't have one. Yeah, so it's one of those things where it's kind of like people who bash Warhammer 40k, like, and I get why. It's like the popular thing to do. The ship isn't the nicest. Yeah, if you're used to other cruise ships, it's more like a luxury fast ferry. But if you have the right expectations going in, it's nice. And I personally sailed on it less than a year ago, which is the only reason why I'm actually recommending it now. I had to give it a test sailing, before I told people to buy tickets. Everything was clean, everything was nice, everything was a lot of fun. So that's why I'm doing it. What prompted me to put it on is that I don't think I'll ever be able to make it to Thanatos. And when I grew up playing Battlefleet Gothic, my favorite thing was a big event, and I wanted a big event. I'm seeing. I didn't do anything in D&D 5th edition. I just stayed in my lane. I didn't do anything, and I watched D&D slowly spiral to something I didn't like, and all I did was sit back and complain. I sat back like everybody else. I complained, I bitched, I pissed, I moaned, but I didn't do anything, right? So, and then you can see what happened to D&D. So I feel like, I didn't contribute to that. I didn't help. So, with tabletop wargaming, I'm starting to personally see, in my opinion, I'm starting to see a lot of tabletop wargaming. Not a lot. That's not fair. I'm starting to see it's a little bit more advertised on YouTube, so people think it's the prevalent way. That tabletop wargame is kind of going more towards a table sports, like esports style. There's nothing wrong with competitive play. I'm just not a big fan of it. And so instead of complaining that, oh, all I see is competitive tournaments, woe is me, I'm just trying to be a change. I'm trying to provide another avenue of playing tabletop wargaming. And I'm not unique in this. I don't think I'm special. I'm not. But I'm just trying to do my part to offer a more social event versus tournament. That way people can choose, hey, how do they want to play with their models? Do they want to play a tournament to get, that gameplay in? Nothing wrong with that. Do they want to go to a big, huge, historic narrative event? Hey, there's nothing wrong with that too, or an apocalyptic event. Or I want to offer a tertiary option. Hey, what about just a social event? You show up with your painted armies, you roll some dice, you have fun, and then everyone shakes hands, everyone has a good time, you make some new friends, you swap some ideas, there's some prize support, everyone goes home happy. So I'm trying to offer something in between apocalyptic or big narrative games and competitive tournaments, just because I don't really see a lot of that. So I'm trying to be the change I want to see. I didn't do anything in D&D, and I watched it burn down to the ground. I still feel bad to this day. So I'm trying to do what I can for Bolt Action, Conflict 47, possibly even Warhammer 40k. I'm trying to offer more. Not that other people aren't already doing it. I'm not special, but offer more social events. It shouldn't, Weird World War II. I want to say it was warm, but yeah, this year's been a very cold year, even here in Florida, so I cannot even guess what the weather's going to be. The reason why I'm picking October is oh, yes, Joe Campbell, great question. I feel, let me clarify with that. I feel D&D 5th edition has drastically changed from what it started as. In my opinion, it may have been charged language. In my opinion, I felt like it's kind of burnt down from what it used to be. Like, it's still there, but it wasn't what it started out as. Now, some people like that, some people don't. Some people like the more slice of life that D&D's kind of leaned more into. I can see where that's attractive to a lot of people, especially with, Baldur's Gate 3, Critical Role, and things like that. It made that slice of life kind of dating sim thing a little bit more popular than tabletop. That's fine. People can play however they like. The only downside is when, so to answer your question, Joe Campbell, the big change for me is when they did Curse of Strahd revamped. When they actually went back in and started changing the rules and the lore they already put out and retroacting stuff to where, and same thing, they wanted you to pay to use D&D Beyond. You could buy a book on there and that's fine. But then they would go in and be like, hey, you can't use this book unless you update it. Once they update it, they change all the stuff. So that was a big turning point for me with D&D when they started retroactively editing their own stuff. I didn't like that. So that is why, in my opinion, I felt like D&D's kind of changed. It's less, it's less narrative wargaming. It's less Dungeons and Dragons, and it's more high fantasy slice of life. And there's a market for that, and I'm sure they're still making money, and good on them. And some people really like that, and I wish them all the fun. But that's why I kind of stepped away from doing D&D. I did a lot of stuff with 5th edition. I really liked it. I helped write some supplements that were on D&D drive-thru. I had a lot of fun doing a lot of cool stuff, but it just changed around me, and it just didn't fit me, so I kind of stepped away. But again, like I said, Joe, that's just my opinion. Happy to be wrong. That's just my opinion from my observation. I'm pretty sure it's still going strong. They're selling plenty of stuff, But I don't know. I think with the rise of VTTs, virtual tabletops, and Critical Role and stuff like that, I think it really had an interesting effect on the hobby. Hopefully it doesn't sound like I'm trying to walk back what I said. No, I still think D&D edition burned down. It's not what it started out as being. you know. So I still stand by that, but I can see where people disagree, and that's fine. But I didn't do enough to put out stuff to kind of maintain that feeling of early 5th edition. And so my thing is, I have nothing against it. I mean, I understand the changes they made. It wasn't necessarily bad, but I just don't like that they had to change it for everyone. It's kind of like how do I say this? What's a good example? It's yeah. So hold on, let me take a crack at Joe's. Yeah, so I'm not like a kick in the door, kill all the monsters kind of thing. I actually like a lot of narrative stuff. I like running a narrative sandbox where you can do whatever you want, but everything you do affects the world. Like, yeah, you can kill that shopkeeper if you want, you know, but how are you going to carry all of his stuff? You know, how are you going to sell all that stuff? And then now you have wanted posters in the next town. You know, I like creating a good sandbox for players. It's not like super combat, but at the same point in time, yeah, I didn't like the, again, I use the term slice of life. Like, it's kind of the newest parts of D&D 5th edition kind of turned into more of Animal Crossing, and nothing's wrong with Animal Crossing. It's a great game. You know, like you have Rune Factory, Animal Crossing, Harvest Moon. These are all great games for good reason, right? Very cozy, I think it's the term people like to use. That kind of came to D&D, and I think there's a great market for that, and I think it's good for them. But then it started taking over all of the books. All of the books kind of had that stuff, and they kind of going back and started changing stuff. Like they kind of did away with having a half-elf, you know, or a half-orc, and, you know, they started taking away that, hey, this certain race, you know, had they happen to be slavers, or they happen to worship, you know, certain cool stuff, and they kind of did away with that, and they changed a lot of stats. They changed a lot in Ravenloft, and I just wasn't really a big fan. I think Dungeons and Dragons should, I'm not saying it should be like as dark and gritty as like Conan, you know, but like, I don't know. I think they should have just released a new edition when they started changing it, instead of changing 5th edition to become a cozy, you know, life sim game. You can see it if you go online, you check like Google, you can Google 5th edition books, and you can see like where it starts changing and just the cover art. Yes. Yeah, very nailed it on the head in my opinion, Joe. Yeah, you nailed it. It basically very much so for like, yeah, they gleed it up. They gave it to the Glee kids, if that makes sense. Nothing wrong with Glee, but yeah, it became very different from what it started out as, and that's fine. You know, it's their IP to do as they wish. I don't own it. And so my biggest critique of 5th edition, something I personally, and you can homebrew your own stuff as a DM. I was a forever DM, so I didn't get to play a lot of 5th edition. I DM'd a lot. But 5th edition came out right after the Avengers movies were popular, right? So 5th edition always kind of felt like fantasy Avengers. Your characters were very, very strong, and so that's just kind of how it played. And so that being said, I try to, you know, and again, I'm not the only one. I'm not saying like I'm out here the only guy waving a tiki torch, right? But I try to let people know, you know, about what happened to D&D 5th edition. I'm like, hey, you know, Warhammer 40k guys, watch out, you know. And so I'm sure you guys have seen the controversy with like lore and stuff like that. So I'm like, I tried to say something. No one listened to me. I think you can still have a lot of fun with 5th edition. I just ran a campaign, I think probably like maybe it was about a year ago. It was a nautical campaign, had a lot of like pirate stuff. It was fun. You just had to get the hardest thing is you have to get a good group of people, and everyone wants to play online. There's nothing wrong with playing online, but it's my same thing with VTT. I like VTT. I think it's a great tool, but I feel like when you play online instead of around a table, you kind of lose a little bit. But you know, some people have the idea, and I think it's a very acceptable thing that sometimes some type of D&D or Warhammer 40k is better than no D&D or Warhammer 40k. Some people have that mentality, and I completely understand why that's their mentality. I just prefer playing in person if possible. I feel like people act differently virtually. And I feel like some of the problems that they said D&D ran into when we start talking about like safe spaces and safe words and hard lines, and you know, when people start talking about a lot of the stuff, a lot of that happened because, in my opinion, again, just my opinion, a lot of that happened in D&D because it was all online. Or if people were showing videos, it was during, you know, the plague years. Everybody was wearing a mask anyways. So when you wear a mask or when you're doing stuff online, you can't see the other person. It's hard to pick up on, you know, body language and facial cues. So it's hard to tell when you're carrying a narrative on how it's affecting people. So as a DM, it's kind of like I'm just talking to a wall, telling a narrative. I can't play off my characters. I can't see how what I'm saying affects them to know where to lean into, where to shy off from, you know, how's my narrative affecting people. You know, I just have to talk to a wall and hope that goes off well, you know. It felt very weird to play remote. Oh yes. Any day I get Swark in my DMs is a good day. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, you nailed it. So, I got one for you. Bad Rabbit, I see yours. It just looks like a lot to read, so I'm going to catch that up when I can. So I got another one for you, Swark. This is where I knew a change was coming. They came out with one of the books. It was kind of a cool idea. It was like, basically it was Harry Potter, but D&D. It was called, hold on, let me look at it. Not Candlekeep. Which one was that called? Sorry, I'm reading I have them up my shelf. I haven't moved them yet. Alright, I think it's one of the books I can't see. Yeah, it's probably at the bottom because I never used it. Anyways, they had one of the books they put out. Strixhaven, yes, thank you. Yep, he nailed it. Strixhaven. Yeah, you probably knew where I was going with it. So, it was supposed to be kind of Harry Potter-esque. I'm like, okay, that'll be cool. But yeah, was it the prom? Yeah, it was the, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, I thought it'd be like kind of a murder thing. Like, the prom mechanic's a good idea for like intrigue and social, to kind of like get your way into a governor's mansion and do like a ball or a dance. But it had a lot of like, it was almost like Mean Girl mechanics. And again, it was optional, so I had no problem with it. It was an optional quest, so I'm like, you know what? Some people are really gonna like that. That's totally fine. Someone's gonna love that. That's cool. But that was about the shift. So you can see the cover of that book. You know, it looked almost much more like, and I think Strixhaven is a Magic the Gathering setting, right? You're like, okay, that's kind of cool. But then you can literally start seeing the covers of all the books, like the Radiant Citadel and stuff like that. And you're just like, oh, what the hell is this? I don't think my way of playing D&D is the correct way or the best way, but I also don't think the other way is the best way either. I think it's better, you know, to kind of keep it neutral and let people kind of fill it in as they go. But yeah, they really kind of leaned into that, and I was just like, eee. Yeah. Man, I guess that's something I should do. I know channels already do that, but man, I could sit here and tell you D&D horror stories from first-hand experience all day long. I made a little bit of scratch DMing. I tried doing it for free, and then I realized like when you have it for free, the people who join are just like absolute crazies sometimes because there's no barrier to entry and they don't take it serious. So I started charging a little bit and actually made a little bit of decent, not like profit, but I made enough to like buy books and stuff like that. It was actually a little bit of fun. I was able to afford rum and stuff like that and all sorts of assets for Roll20. I got lucky. Part of my job as a trainer and instructor is we do tabletop exercises and we run realistic 4-on-4 scenarios. So when it came time to be a DM for D&D, it's literally just kind of the same thing, you know, just fantasy based. So I'm like, oh yeah, this is actually a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, that'd actually be kind of cool. Yeah, a lot of people, there used to be something called Adventure Loop, which is actually kind of cool. But so what I think it is something I discovered. It doesn't matter if it's Dungeons and Dragons, any other type of RPG, TTRPG, Warhammer 40k, bolt action. I think your quality of game relies much more on the quality of people you play with and the quality of rules. So there's my, somewhat deep philosophical, he's philosophizing, my philosophical saying of the day. So a lot of people complain about like rule sets or like this needs a nerf, that needs a nerf, and I'm not saying they're wrong, but I honestly think the quality of the game you're playing relies more on the people that you're playing it with. Yeah, I saw your picture. Swear dead on. That's exactly what it is. You can talk about the whole effect Critical Role had, which Critical Role is great. I've never seen a full episode. I can't sit and just watch that. But a lot of people like it. But they're all voice actors and they're all really talented. So a lot of people would like act, like theater kids, like Lee, like voice actors. So I'm like, what are you doing, man? I was like, this is just like your first combat. You're killing some rats in the basement of a tavern. You can relax. You don't have to like prophesize or all this other kind of stuff. I don't know, but I still enjoy stuff like that. Like I can still run D&D. I do it for my family every now and then. I have brothers and they have kids and stuff like that. I think it's hard to find good strangers. You gotta really trust who you're playing with. I think the same thing goes with any other tabletop game. I think we were talking earlier about my first Warhammer 40k game coming back to 10th edition. We're like, yeah, 500 points would be great. Unless they're not a cool person. Like, yeah, I'll play you 500 points and they just bring like one Angron and just kick my dick in. But the good thing is I'm so glad I bought a lot of the D&D 5th edition books, because they, unless they send the Pinkertons to break into my house and steal my D&D books and force me to edit them, I still have the old unedited books, which is nice. Oh, so that's another thing. I have played some Cyberpunk. Oh my god, is Cyberpunk good. Doesn't matter which one you play. Even Red is good. The new Red version is pretty good. That is some crunchy combat. You can get murked in a session, and I love it. If you've never played Cyberpunk, like on the tabletop, that is the game that embodies fuck around and find out. Like 100%. Oh, Shadowrun, nice. So the one I think the system I've had the most fun with, because I ran a full Crimson Skies campaign, is I like shit. Now I just completely blanked. Oh wow, I cannot think of the acronym now. Anyway, Savage Worlds Adventure Edition. I love Savage Worlds. Savage Worlds is an amazing role-playing system. If you want more cinematic stuff, like I said, that's why it's good for like pulp action. You know, like Crimson Skies, flying with planes, jumping into zeppelins and shit. But yeah, Savage Worlds is absolutely great for very pulp style stuff. The activation's cool. You use cards. It's very neat. I think that's our engine bay. Alright, the truck's slowly coming to life. Slowly coming to life. Well, Joe, I appreciate you. I appreciate you keeping my dialogue going along, man. You asked one thing about D&D, and I just tumbled down a rabbit hole. And I appreciate that, truly, brother. Thank you. But I'm trying to remember how we got on the topic of it. Oh, yeah, I was talking about, you know, I think someone asked me why I was doing Clash of the Caribbean. It's also something I don't see done. After I announced it, I saw someone was doing it for Warhammer 40k, but they're doing it on a much more expensive ship, and you had to pay for the Warhammer 40k event, too. It had, like, painting and a tournament. It looked prohibitively expensive. So I was just trying to do something kind of in the States, because, you know, for sometimes with tabletop stuff, there's not as many events, it seems, stateside, you know, because a lot of the hobbies do come from the UK. So I was trying to do my bit to do something kind of cool. I may do something else. I may do a second event in the wintertime. You know, like maybe, let's see, if I do one in October, what would be the antithesis of October? I don't know. Maybe I'll do something like around this time, like maybe something around April. Maybe do something small. Like I said, we have a ship here in my town. It's an old Victory ship, and they actually have a really nice conference room that they put on top of the ship, like on top of the deck. You know, so they do like a lot of awards or like award banquets and stuff like that. So maybe I'll rent that out. See if we could do like a bolt action tournament on a ship, you know, in the bay would be kind of cool. That way some of the money from the event can go towards maintaining the actual ship as a floating museum. You know, that way we're doing like World War II gaming but still giving back. That might be cool. See, I also like using this Balthazar gold for the rounds, especially for like orc rounds. You know, 'cause they're probably, you know, copper, but they're also like a little bit rusted too. And I also use it for like real heated metal, you know, like mufflers, stuff like that. Then I hill it with like Nolan oil, and it kind of gives it. And I'll do like little bits of blue streak in there too for like heated metal kind of look. It works pretty well. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. I figured April is a pretty good opposite of October, you know? But to keep it simple, yeah, I'll probably just do, because there's this little ship right here in the bay, it's a museum, you know, so I'll probably just do like a little event there. Oh, hell yeah, Joe. It'd be my treat, man. I'm happy to meet up and get a picture and chat. 100%, brother. You let me know when you're in Florida. Honestly, it doesn't matter where in Florida, man. I'll drive up to see you if you're up in what we consider East Alabama, you know, or the Panhandle, depending on where you don't have to say where you are here, you know, for your safety and protection, you know. DM me and I'll definitely come out there and meet you. No worries, man. Let me know when you get there. So yes, Bad Rabbit, in my personal opinion, and my biggest thing is do your research, do independent research. But in my opinion, yes, if you don't live in the state of Florida, I would get there early. I know it incurs another expense of getting a hotel room, but too many horror stories of people who didn't get there early enough to get on the ship. So with that being said, the only upgrade that I recommend for the cruise, there's a lot of stuff you can buy. So the cruise itself is they keep it an approachable amount, you know, but then they have a lot of add-ons you can put on. The only one I recommend wholeheartedly 100% is the Faster to Chill. And what the Faster to Chill does is you buy it per cabin, not per person, it's per cabin. And the way it works is you get access to the ship's Wi-Fi on 2 devices. You get priority embarkation and debarkation. I think there's something else you get, but I'm telling you right now, that priority embarkation debarkation, it makes all the difference in the world. That's the one that makes it worth every single penny. And plus, having access to the Wi-Fi is kind of nice as well. But the cruise ships should leave, I want to say around 15 or 1600 EST. But you could start, I think you can start boarding at like 10 a.m. So, and they also do, they do self-parking now. It used to be just valet, but it's also self-parking, but I think it's $19 a day. So you're looking at about $50 for parking. You know, actually you have to park it for 2 days. No worries. Yeah, I could drive a report to the seal. Yeah, no worries, man. I'll come trip out and see you. Alright, what are we painting next? Let's paint that, let's make the crane black and work on the wheels. Yes, that is the only thing I personally recommend. I said it is an additional cost. It should be per cabin, not per person, but that priority embarkation, debarkation is nice. I want to say last time, I think our passports had just expired. And so as US citizens, and because the ship only goes to the Bahamas and back, we were able to sail with just our birth certificates. So my spouse and I just used our birth certificates. And we're worried that it was going to take longer, and it's a whole huge hoopla because we didn't have passports. But with that faster to chill, I mean, we got checked in very quickly. We got to hang out in the VIP lounge before boarding. It was quite nice. You know, everything is your choice to get. But that is the one thing I would say is worth it, in my opinion. But again, do what you got. The cool thing is the prices went up a little bit from when I last went on the ship, but they just renovated the ship and they added a lot more services that are paid for by your fare. Yes, Weird World War II. I will give you Nanette's information and you can double check with her, but yes, I'm pretty sure legally you can still sail with just your birth certificates. Oh yeah, Joe, I'll come out to Palm City, easy. Hey, what's going on, Sergeant? But, but getting back to it, yeah, so the fare went up a little bit for, like, the cruise ship, but they added a lot of stuff to the ship. So there's a really good pizza place, and it used to be you had to pay for your pizzas. It wasn't included as part of your, you know, food with your regular ticket, but now it's included. So now you can get, there's a burger place, you can get all your cheeseburgers and fries as much as you want. There's a cafeteria, like a chow hall style thing, which is really good. And now the pizza place is also included as part of your ticket. So that's why I kind of like hosting a tabletop event on a cruise ship, because I was looking at Adepticon. For Adepticon, you have to get transportation if you don't live there. You have to get a hotel room, you know, worry about your food, and also there's the event, right? So I figure a cruise ship, you know, that when you get your ticket, that covers your room and that covers your food. Now you can get additional food if you want, of course, but you know, you will get 3 square meals, you know, and plenty of non-alcoholic beverages. Like you will have access to water and stuff like that, so you're gonna live. But it covers all your chow and it covers your room and board, so it's actually kind of cool. Can I run an army of Rangers and Marines in the same list for bolt action? Finally bit the bullet and I got the starter box, but I'm going to go to the Pacific Theater theme, which Rangers had limited service in. You know, RK, if you're in the chat, help me out here. There's nothing against it because you're not picking. I haven't seen the new Armies of the U.S. book yet, Sergeant Lott. So just going off the core rules, yeah, you can take individual squads. So the way that works, like if you're trying to run an airborne army, you can take airborne troops and glider troops because they have access to different weaponry. So yeah, there's nothing I'd see against running, you know, Marines and Rangers. I mean, especially if you have like the lore to back it up or the history to back it up. Yeah. Off the top of my head, I don't see anything wrong with it. I have to take a further dive in the book. Drop me a comment on this video. I'm not comment farming, I promise. but drop me a comment so I remember, and I'll look it up and get that information to you. But I'm pretty sure you can. But I haven't seen the new US books. I'm not sure what they've changed. I mean, because technically there's nothing stopping me. In some of my armies, I run IJA and IJN. So, yeah, there's nothing saying you have to commit to one or the other. I really like the Marine sculpts and the Marine models. I think they're really cool. I used a lot of mine that I got in my Island Assault box. I think they're phenomenal. So on this truck, I'm painting the wrecking ball arm black just to make it tough. Hey, Mad Larkin, what's going on, buddy? Yeah, no, I saw that. Yeah, I really want to pick it up. I like how you play. It's almost like an escalation rule set, if that makes sense. I really love that style. Let me know how it is, Sergeant, because it looks really good. I need to pick it up myself. I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, you're always happy to hang around, Larkin. I don't know if you're summoned. I mentioned RK, but, yeah, I mean, you feel free to chime in on these bolt action rules if you like. But, yeah, No, you're good. Hey, Larkin, sorry for the complications with the shipping, but I'm glad that nothing was broken, man. I'm super happy about that. I was really worried. I tried to pack it as best I could. For those of you guys who don't know, I'm minimizing my hobbies. I wanted to get into orcs. And so I had a bunch of old world models that I was never going to finish painting and probably never going to play. So I reached out, and Mad Larkin was happy and gracious enough to offer to take them in and give them a good home. So I sent him my my old world armies. Yeah, I know you're probably curious, like, why there's a Dark Eldar Witch in there. I was gonna make her a, like, possibly like a wizard or something like that, or run her as like a special hero model. I figured she'd look like really good as like a pirate queen kind of thing, So I was like, if you're like, what the fuck is this model doing in here? I was like, I was gonna use her as like some type of hero. No worries, brothers. You can tell I got a lot to paint. No rush on that. Good here. Yeah, kind of like an outcast wizard. And I think I included all the sprues that I used, the crewman sprues. And I've never used the crossbow, so I think all those plus the crossbows that are in the Conquistador box, that should be enough to build a whole crossbow unit. I'm not sure what's meta or what's good, but I was hoping the Conquistadors would kind of make like a cool Bretonnian style infantry for you, possibly, I know Bretonnians are more French than Spanish, but yeah, Sergeant, yeah, the first time you play bolt action, that's something I will say, the game is very intuitive. I played a lot of different tabletop games. Bolt action's very intuitive, and it feels good to play, man. It really does feel so good to play. I love that there's no pre-measuring. I like the random dice pool mechanic. I like the dialing in on mortars. So much of the game just feels good. Yeah, or if you ever want to build a Mordheim force, if you ever want to build a Mordheim team, Mad Larkin, I think those Conquistadors are like a Mordheim force in a box. Yeah, so far I think it's my favorite part about these orcs. Like, building the orc boys is actually kind of fun. They do take a little while to paint. I think it's just like my own paint scheme that's the problem, but making the trucks has been absolutely hilarious. I've only kit bashed one, but it's been a blast. Yeah, Sergeant, I saw your pictures, and they had like that little display right there of the bolt action stuff. It looks great. So again, that's the other thing. I'm a huge advocate for bolt action, as I sit here and paint 40k, right? But the other good thing about bolt action is you can really play the size of game that you want as far as time-wise. Not saying you can't do it in 40k, but bolt action, because it's kind of played like at the company level, you can really play like a small, fast, like 500-point game, or you can play like what me, Irish, Trooper, and Arcade did. We did like a big old 1,500-point, 2v2 style game that took like 8 hours, but it was a blast. Like, you can really size bolt action to the table size and the time frame that you have. It scales very, very, very well. But the game goes fast, so that's my always thing, is always bring a water source, and a chair if you need it, and make sure you like sit down and drink water, because you'll be sitting there, getting involved, waiting to see what next dice comes out and stuff like that. Next thing you know, it's been like four hours, and you're like, oh, holy shit. So definitely stay hydrated when you're playing bolt action. That time will disappear on you. Yeah, it does give you appreciation. Like, I've learned so much about the Imperial Japanese Army by playing bolt action. Like, I saw an awesome article. I'm actually planning a trip, heads up, Weird War 2. I'm actually planning a trip out to Texas here coming up soon, probably. The museum I want to go to, they just traded their Type 97 Chiha tank back to Japan. And in return, Japan gave them a functional reproduction of a Type 95 Hago, because they do a lot of World War II reenactments at that museum. So that was really cool, and I love a Hago, so I have to try to take a picture next to as many Hagos as I can, so I definitely gotta head over there and get a picture. But yeah, I got a huge appreciation for World War II Imperial Japanese history, models, and tactics by playing the game. And they kind of feed each other. I'll find something really kind of cool, and I want to take a look at it. I would read the history books. Then I look up the rules for it. I'm like, oh yeah, I can run that. That's kind of cool. Oh wow, man, that's awesome. It's awesome that that's part of your history too. That's really cool. Sorry, it's the Chihuahua mutt. He definitely makes a lot of noise. Sorry about that, guys. Alright, not bad. We are making progress on this truck. Once I finish the painting the crane black for the toughness, then I'll probably hit the I'll probably do the tires last. I think I want to work on the Orks. Actually, I have one. Oh no. Nah, it's not that historical. I was about to say the Germans you could probably paint up like Dutch colonial forces, you know, at the Imperial Japanese fought, but that was definitely not in the Philippines. That was over in Indonesia, like Java and places like that. With bolt action bits, I'd hold on to them. You never know when they're going to come in handy. Like, if you end up getting airborne guys, you know, you could actually use the German SMGs and rifles on your airborne guys and take those extra American rifles and SMGs and use them for your Marines and Rangers, you know? So, like, just off the top of my head, that would be a good reason to keep those Germans. You know, because airborne guys, sometimes they lost their weapons in the drop, or sometimes they'd be behind enemy lines, they'd run out of ammo with no resupply, so they took German weapons and, you know, resupplied off dead bodies. So just on the top of my head, that's something you could do with them. That way you're increasing the amount of weapons you can give your Rangers and Marines. If you want to know story time, Spark, the only wild turkey I ever came across was absolutely giant and mystified. I don't know a lot about them. I know they're big and they can be kind of territorial, but the one I came across, I was driving my personal vehicle, so a Jeep Wrangler. I was driving it in some abandoned back roads out at Cape Canaveral. All right, take it easy, Bad Rabbit. Yeah, I'll send it to you on a. I'll send it to you. I'll DM it to you, Bad Rabbit. That's all right. So I was driving on some back roads in Cape Canaveral Air Force Station. Just doing some recon. I was really just killing some time, right? But I was able to go into these areas. So I was driving to an old area where they used to do the Apollo launches. And I'm telling you right now, no one's been out there since the Apollo launches. So like no human has been out there since like what, the 60s or 70s. So you know, I'm driving around doing my own business and I hear these like weird calls from the forest, and this shit looks something straight out of Jurassic Park, right? Because again, this is Cape Canaveral, so these are like tropical style jungles. So I see a bunch of turkeys running across the road, and they start like kind of looking around at my Jeep and walking up to me, you know, and I have no doors and no top, so you know, I get out to walk up to the turkey to try and like scare it off the road. So I'm like, shoo. This turkey looks at me like, what the fuck are you gonna do? Like, it looks at me like it's never seen a human like a day in its life. And then I remember nobody's been out there since like the 70s. These turkeys have never seen a human. You know, they have no idea what I am. They're not scared. They're just like, huh. And they're just like sitting there kind of looking at me confusingly, then they just kind of stroll off and just drive off. It was just really weird to see wildlife that hadn't interacted with humans and just had absolutely no fear. I know this doesn't help your question, Joe, but it's just a random story that popped in my head. Sorry to hijack your comment and run with it, Joe, but I'm not quite sure if you've befriended a turkey. Hopefully he doesn't get separation anxiety. Yes. So, Sergeant, there's a Warlord app if you want to use it, but it is a paid service. I think it's like $2 a month or £2 a month, depending on where you are. But there's something called Easy Army, and actually, Sergeant, I'm going to drop the link to Easy Army in the stream for you. Easy Army works perfectly well for bolt action. It's updated to the best of my knowledge. And let me go ahead and copy that and drop it right in here for you. There you go. Yeah, use that Easy Army thing to build your list, buddy. And remember, it's granular points too. So remember with the American forces, there's a new book that just came out. So all their stuff is changing. Back in the day, you used to be able to take free weapons on your officers. You know, you could give them a rifle, submachine gun, or pistol, whatever you wanted, no points cost. Now there's a points cost. Like if you take a pistol, it's -1 point. You get extra points to spend elsewhere. Versus if you upgrade from a rifle to some machine gun, it could be like 3 points. So the new book is coming out for the Americans. Just a heads up. Yeah, I don't know if it had the old 2nd edition Tough Gun or Case Blue. I thought it had the Case Blue stuff. Maybe it doesn't. I mostly use Easy Army for Conflict 47, and it has everything including tank war rules, which is pretty nice. There we go, that Wrecking Ball. Wrecking Arm's looking proper orky. Nice and black too to make sure it's nice and tough for swinging on gits. Sorry about that. I was zoning in trying to get the last little bits on the wrecker arm. All right. I think before I take on the tires, let me work on the Orks a little bit. I think we're gonna do some Ork flush. I'm actually really liking this paint, this contrast Ork flush. It's actually quite nice. I was ready to be like too light or not working well enough. You can just do multiple coats. And when you do like the knobs or the leaders, you can give them like a bunch of extra coats to make them like much darker green, you know? Yeah, I hear the Army Painter. I'm starting to hear like that's the way to go. Especially when they release that new World War II line. I may have to slowly replace all my Citadel paints and cross over. That may be something I do in the future. Once I reach the cult of the dropper bottle, maybe I'll never go back, you know? I don't have the list in front of me, or I don't have the app in front of me, or Easy Army pulled up. Sergeant Lot, you may have to go to Infantry Squad Selection, and then in there should be different types of infantry squads. So you should have like Marines, or it should be like regular infantry squad, and then do you want to make them, do you want to make them airborne, glider, or different sorts of that. So you may have to actually use like regular infantry squad, and then inside that there may be a selector to make them rangers. I said I'm not sure because I don't really play American, so I'm not exactly sure where the ranger squad is at. I don't have the book in front of me. Here, let me look it up while I have. Let me check the book. Yeah, so it looks like in the core rules, you could take a Marine squad, you could take an Airborne squad, or you could take a Engineer squad or a regular infantry squad. So you may have to do like a little bit of like headcanon to make them like quote unquote Rangers, you know? But I'm pretty sure in the new new Armies of America book that they came out with for Bolt Action, it's gonna have unique rules specific to the Rangers. Ooh, Joe, I want to see your orcs. Ooh, they look so good. Oh, those are some sexy orcs. Yeah, that is a very, like, good, like, almost like Snotling green swark. They look great. Yeah, I got you. That's what you're saying. Yeah, I'm thinking about getting a box. I think about getting a box of the old world orc mob because of all the great bits it comes with, and making boys out of that. Funny you mentioned that, Joe. I'm actually looking at a couple boxes, or maybe a box or two of the Black Orc Blood Bowl team. That actually looks like it's got a couple of good orcs for a pretty decent price for some additional bodies for conversions. I'm not sure how to play Blood Bowl. I just saw like a box. I think it was like $14, and it had like a couple. Oh no, that had one orc in it, but I think it was like $30, and it had like a couple orcs in it and a couple Gretchen or goblins in it. It actually looked really good. They look like they'd be great for like either like hard boys or like knobs, you know. Yeah, so my recommendation, Sergeant, is I would try and build a good 500 point list. 500 is a sweet spot for a starter game. I promise you. I mean, feel free to start and play however you like, but that's my recommendation. To the point where even my event, the Clash of the Caribbean event, it is capped at 500 points. No armor heavier than 7. There you go, Swarg. I sent you a. I'm about to say, yeah, I sent you a picture of that box. Yeah, I know they're not, but you know, it's always just cutting off a hand here, cutting off an arm there, you know. But I appreciate the heads up. Man, that's a hell of a list. Ooh, Sherman's half tracks. Ooh, man, they'd be taking islands in no time. You'll be eating lumpia and Luzon here in no time. Yeah, even those Grotch and Gretchen look great, you know, if you're trying to go for, like, if you need Grot orderlies or distraction Grot for your commandos, they look pretty cool. Yeah, you shouldn't need a bazooka at 500 points. I mean, it's still pretty good for clearing people out of a building. If they're dumb enough to get in the building. But, yeah, just a commander, two rifle squads, maybe a sniper, maybe some other stuff you got. I think you'd be alright. So that being said, you know, the Marine Corps flew a lot. The Marine Corps Navy flew a lot of close air support in the Pacific. So with the American rules, it might be worth, you know, setting aside one model to make as a forward air observer. It's a lot of points, you know, to run them, but they can be super useful because as Americans, you get 2 call-ins. And those aircraft, not being like a meta chaser, but the pin effect that those aircraft have is great. No worries, Squidfist. I appreciate you hopping out, and coming back again. I hope your airbrushing goes well. Yeah, another fun fact, I'll tell somebody else this, and they didn't know this. Kind of a cool historical fact if you're interested. The Mexican Air Force, they actually sent an entire squadron to help us out in the Pacific. They were called the Aztec Eagles. They flew P-47 Delta Thunderbolts, and they did very, very well as close air support and as combat air patrol. So they sent an entire squadron. I'm talking from the commander to the maintainers, the ordnance, a whole kit and caboodle squadron. They sent over to the Pacific, and we equipped them out with P-47 Deltas. And the Aztec Eagles served very, very well in the Pacific. Because I know in the Bolt Action Compendium they talk about the Brazil infantry unit that was sent over to Europe, and they did really well as well. But not a lot of people talk about the Aztec Eagles, the Mexican Air Force. Alright, so we can finish up these drops back here. It's just on their skin tone. I know I'm painting a little bit more off camera, but there's some fine detail work, so I gotta really kind of bring it close to my eye. Alright, man, we are doing some serious damage on this truck tonight. I'm actually pretty happy. We had some good combos, we got some good painting done. I don't know, maybe it's the whole Tiki moniker, but I'm not really that big into the whole winterized stuff. I also like studying the Pacific Theater more. But I saw the models, man. I think they're cool and all with like the greatcoats and stuff, but I really like, you know, the Marine Corps models, you know. Jeez, this grot has like an unproportionately large... Oh no, that's right, I forgot. Grots have like huge ass hands and long fingers. That's why they make good, you know, helping out mechs and building shit. I'll see if I can get it on camera. Yeah, his underneath hand is fucking huge on that gun. Yeah, slowly but surely, I'm chipping away at it, you know? I'm having a blast. Like I said, I'm really enjoying painting these orcs. I know it's supposed to be more Bolts Action Comic 47, but this palette cleanse feels really good. Especially now that I don't have, like, this... Because I wanted to do that Crusade, but I was also stressed out about getting 1,000 points ready, you know? I'm like, oh, Jesus. Now that I can kind of calm down and enjoy the paint, and it's a lot of fun. Yeah, World at War. What a great Call of Duty game. So maybe a spicy take. Nothing against the Call of Duty games, but I think you can maybe find one of them still on the Xbox, but probably not. You can still find them all on Steam though. If you've never played the Brothers in Arms games, to me, those are probably some of the best World War II video games. That was Gearbox in its like peak, in my opinion. I think I've talked about it on the streams before, but yeah, Brothers in Arms. That is amazing. Good game, good story, amazing gameplay. Especially if you like Band of Brothers and Airborne. Oh yeah. So, this is going to sound weird, but the best version I ever played Squid Fist is they had a Band of Brothers game for the Wii. It was amazing, because you had to put both controllers in that big old longer like Wii Zapper style remote, and you had to kind of gesture with your weapon to kind of point your guys where to go, and you had to keep the weapon up to maintain your weapon up at the same time too. So I don't know, it felt really good. It's as close as I got to a really good VR kind of shooter in a way. Because you really had to dictate where your squad goes, and you couldn't really use the commander's map that much. So you really just had first person perspective. It felt good. Hell Let Loose is good. I usually play as a medic or as armored recon. I do like Hell Let Loose. I like Enlisted a little bit better, just because Hell Let Loose is fun when you have a group of people or when you can communicate, and I like that, don't get me wrong, but when I get off work, sometimes I just want kind of not communicate and play, you know, just kind of playing by myself with mic turned off, so that's why I do Enlisted. Yeah, Brothers in Arms on the Wii, man, the graphics were shit, but the gameplay was phenomenal. It was just tiring because you had to stand up and use your weapon the whole time. It was good. I think that's one of the first games that really made Iron Sights a huge staple. Speaking of that, Joe Camel, I was talking about that with my our Florida gaming group, trying to make a Crusade version of Bolt Action. There was a Tom Clancy game that was an RTS that you were supposed to. You didn't have to, but you're supposed to use your mic to order units around. That way you could play it on console just like PC. You know, PC didn't have an advantage for console. So it was End War. End War has a really cool story. There's it's kind of like Command & Conquer Generals, but a lot less spicy. I can talk about, so if you've read if you played a lot of the Tom Clancy games and you've read some of the not his actual novels, but the novels inspired by his video games, if that makes sense. So End War takes place at the very end of everything, obviously in the title. But the reason why I say that is all the characters from the video games and the books all come together inside End War. What I mean by that is the captain who led the Ghosts, you know, in the first Ghost Recon, you know, the very first Ghost Recon game, he actually is the commander of the Joint Strike Force for the Americans. So for Tom Clancy End War, 3 factions. You have the American JSF, Joint Service Force, so it's all the branches. You have the Europa Corps, which is kind of like if the EU had its own military. Imagine EU version of NATO, kind of. And then you had the Russians. And so you basically get involved in in a three-way war fighting for all global resources and stuff like that. It's really cool. But what makes it cool is it's kind of like the Crusade, where you pick what armor you want, and then you pick what type of armor you want. Like, do you want to specialize in armor? Do you want to specialize in, you know, reconnaissance, air support, or what have you, mechanized? And that gives you a certain amount of troop slots that you can fill. When you go into a battle, you can only take a certain amount of units, and they're resupplied. What made this RTS so cool is there is no overhead camera where you can scroll around like Dawn of War, Command and Conquer. You can only see via CCTV footage from your units or from points you control. And you can't just like click a mouse and scroll around. You have to use vocal commands. So you're like, unit 4 camera, and it will go to what your unit 4 is. Like, let's say it's a set of helicopters, and boom, it'll put the camera on the helicopters. So your only vision is based upon where your units are. And as far as tactics, it was a simple rock, paper, scissors. What I mean by that is like engineers in cover, so anti-tank infantry beat tanks, you know, tanks beat infantry fighting vehicles shot down helicopters would beat battle tanks. So it's like a nice little triangle thing. It was ahead of its time. Not a lot of people liked it, but you can still find it on Steam. You can still play it, dude. What the coolest part is when you get your army, you can also change their camouflage, and as each unit survives combat, because your units can get killed. So if your unit goes to half health, they'll actually try and evac from the battlefield, and your enemy may let them evac, or they may shoot down your evac helicopter, and then your whole unit's wiped. And then you gotta start and buy a whole brand new ass unit. But as your units kind of gain up in experience, you can pay money to kind of pick what benefit you want to give them. And it's kind of like you have to pick which benefit. Like a good example is you can give for the Russians, you can give your big ass heavy tanks. You can either give them, you know, Gatling turrets for anti-air support, or you can give them like rockets for indirect fire. You know, if you're infantry, you can either pick like additional urban mount warfare and like ballistic shields, or you can give them snipers. It's really cool. So yeah, take a deep rabbit hole dive. So the reason why I brought up all the Tom Clancy books and games, what makes it really, very kind of like Advanced Wars. What made it really, really fun is if you're a fan of all the characters that are all in the game. So a lot of the Rainbow Six characters who are operators, you know, special operations guys from all over the world, they're all fighting in Europa Corps. So when you're going up and fighting all these different generals trying to take these different bases, you'll recognize some of these names, you know, like, because these are all guys from Rainbow Six. Same thing, a lot of the guys in the JSF are guys from the Hawk games, or guys from the Ghost Recon games. You'll get briefed on intel before a mission, and they'll talk about Third Echelon and Sam Fisher and stuff like that. Those are the guys feeding you intel. And when you're going up against the Russians, a lot of them are the Russian bad guys from the earlier Ghost Recon games. So all the characters from all the cinematic and video game and novel universe of Tom Clancy, all, because this is like 10 or 20 years in the future. So all the guys who are like, you know, special operations or spies or stuff like that, they're all major generals now. So you're fighting these guys, and it represents their playstyle. It's super meta, super cool. The game was so ahead of its time, but yeah, you play everything with a mic. So you'd be like, Unit 4, engage Hostile 5, you know, instead of clicking on it and right-clicking. Or be like, Unit 2, take checkpoint Bravo. You know, you have to say all that in like a vocal command. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, different factions between like the Russians, the Europa Enforcer Corps, and the American JSF. They all had advantages. Like I said, the Russians had the best tanks. The Enforcer Corps had like the fastest vehicles. The Americans had the best helicopters. It was, yeah, very much like Advanced Wars. It's like Advanced Wars mixed with Command & Conquer Generals. It was really good. You can probably pick it up for super cheap on Steam sometime, and as long as you have a microphone, you can play. Squidfist, that would be pretty cool, especially, yeah, I think you could easily do that. That'd be kind of cool. Almost to make it kind of like cell shaded. That'd be neat. Yeah, sorry, Swark. You sent me on a rabbit hole, man. That's one of the other games I love that no one really talks about. Is End War. End War was way ahead of its time. It was so good. Oh god, if you like Crusade for Warhammer 40k, if you like how Crusade works, that's the closest example to what End Wars is. It runs just like Crusade. And what the cool part too is the generals you fight learn. It's not as good as the Nemesis system that came up in what was that Lord of the Rings game that had the Nemesis system. I can't think of what it's called. That EA like fucking walked behind intellectual property. But End War kind of had that system. Like when you fight a general, when you fight them multiple times, they start changing their loadout. They start trying to counter your loadout, if that makes sense. Because sometimes you have to fight the same generals. You know, and they'll acknowledge that too. Like, hey, he's not going to be as easy to beat the second time around. Given your vocal skills, I take that as a huge compliment, Swark. Thanks, buddy. Alright, spend some more orcs. But yeah, that's another game to tumble down, man. And yeah, End War, way ahead of its time. Guys are mean green driving machines, man. Unfortunately, I do have to work tomorrow, so let's see how much more this truck can get painted in the next hour. I'll probably call it at about 6 a.m. Eastern here. And let's see what other rabbit holes our conversation takes us down. Wait, you have 40,000 points worth of Rubric Marines? Or you have Warhammer 40k Rubric Marines. I think I misunderstood on that one, Squid. Oh. I was like, I'm highly impressed. Where do you find the time? Probably fit the whole. You could take up the whole city of Thebes with that amount. The machines are revolting. Hold the toasters hostages until they cooperate. Threaten them with the splish splash toaster bath. You know what's funny is I'm starting to collect orcs, but you know what game I haven't played yet, and it's on my list to play? I haven't played Blood, Shooters, and Teeth yet. And I love Metal Gear Slug. I didn't know it was a Metal Gear Slug 40K thing. I was like, oh my god, that sounds awesome. I got some days off coming up. I think I'm definitely going to have to play. That's it for the wall flush. Let's see if we can get these 2 orcs and 2 grots finished. And then I'll probably jump onto the tires. Oh no, then I'll do the leather wraps. Then the tires. Oh man, I forgot I do the bar chrome. Let me do the bar. I was looking at my other truck. Yeah, I need to do this bar right here, chrome. Oh yeah, right. Oh my god, it does look like Metal Slug. Now I want to get one and call it Metal Slug. Oh, damn. You're not helping, Griffin Tim. You're perpetuating the cycle here, buddy. I'm falling for the exact same retail trap that you fell for. Why? You were the chosen one. You're supposed to bring peace to the hobby collecting, and now you led me down the same trap. Terrible. Terrible of you, Grim Tim Tim. How's the airbrushing going over there, Squid? Is it going pretty well? So for airbrushing, is it as reliant upon temperature as spray primering? Does temperature have a huge effect on how well the paint works with the atomizer, I guess? Yeah, the more I look at it, the more I like your picture of Orcs, Swark. I may steal a couple of design ideas from it. Yeah, I like doing the those little like bar chrome. I just feel like it adds like another little splash of color to kind of break up all the red. Spray priming in your room. OSHA is not amused. I'm just kidding. All right. Well, hey, thanks for joining us, Swark. I appreciate it. Thanks for all the pictures and the good advice. Always a good time chatting with you, brother. Stay safe. Hope you have a great day, man. We'll have to play some more Helldivers 2 here soon. I have the itch to do some hell driving. Hell driving. Ah, I missed my FRV. Later, Swark. Hey, Nathan. Hey, what's going on, buddy? How goes the computer upgrade, Nathan? Everything copacetic? 10111010100011011011011101. There we go. We got that nice little kind of bar chromed up real nice. Makes a little red spikes kind of stick out a little bit, you know? Yeah, I look anxiously towards your video on why you think Space Marine 2 is better than Space Marine 1. Not to bait you into a response video, but I'd love to hear it. Actually, as a guy who knows Space Marine stuff, you may be able to help out with this question. I was talking with a couple guys earlier, and I was trying to get more information about the Black Templars. Because I only know my limited knowledge from Battlefleet Gothic, so here's what I don't understand. So the Black Templars are an Eternal Crusade. Okay, check, that makes sense, right? They live on ships. Okay, that's badass, that makes sense, that's fine, that checks out. But they suffer not the witch, you know, they don't like psychers whatsoever. Okay, but my question is, how do they get around them? They have navigators and astropaths on board. The astropath for communication is 100% a psyker. And the navigator is a mutant psyker that navigates. So I'm like, hold on. So apparently they do tolerate witches and mutants only when they're useful, I guess. I think if someone was talking about taking Grey Knights as allies with Black Templars, why it doesn't make any sense, because they wouldn't tolerate psychers. I was like, yeah, but they have to tolerate psychers, otherwise they would never jump into, you know, warp drive. They would just be fucking... it would just be traveling in real space the whole time. And see, that's what I thought too, Evolution. I thought they just tolerate sanctioned psychers, and that's why I thought, you know, it's not that big of a deal to ally Black Templars and Grey Knights. They just stay on, you know, either side of the bar kind of thing, you know? But they wouldn't attack them because they don't attack their own navigators. Oh yeah, it's coming along. It just cracks me. I can just imagine a bunch of Black Templars like, suffer not the witch to live, except for the witch that drives our ship. Yeah, she can live, but other than that. You know me, Sean, just shittily painting a truck. Just closing my eyes and just slapdash and base paint on as thick as I possibly can. It's a simple life, but you know, someone's gonna do it. Thanks, Squidfist. Take it easy, man. Thanks for hanging out for a bit. Like I said, I'll probably be signing off here at about 6 a.m. Eastern, so in about 45 minutes. But make it back, man. Good to see you. If not, take it easy, brother. Hope you have a good day. Oh, Sean, we needed you in the chat earlier. Swark was here, and he was asking if anyone had any information about turkeys, because he think he might have befriended one. I was like, I know just the guy who might know about, you know, all things fowl, but, you know. I don't know. I think he just said it befriended him, so I think I was just like hanging around him, following him around. What I'm doing right now is I'm painting the armor and the cloth on the grots in the back. Friend, like vegetarian? Is that some ancient Native American term for bad hunter? Just taking a quick 2-minute stretch. Well, that doesn't make sense. If you already painted them purple, how did you not lose them? But no, seriously. Also, any extra bits, man, go ahead and feel free to keep them and use them as you see fit. I'm actually looking at, in the future, when I want to upgrade to like a bigger army, like a 2K or 3K, I may actually end up picking up a old world orc mob box. The one that comes like 30 or 31 orcs. They have a lot of good bits in that box. Like the little sigils that go in their shields and stuff like that. Great for like looted vehicles, and you know, they have a lot of different types of cool choppa arms. So I can just literally use sluggas and just make a whole bunch of choppa slugga boys. Ooh, I think I'm actually gonna smoke a pipe. I finish here. Nice little relaxation for bed. Sounds good, actually. So I found them with sonar. I'm making a bits run on Monday, Sean. Let me know if there's anything you're missing. Or anything, any kind of orc bits you want, because I'm about to go to a store that has like boxes and boxes of bits that you can just dive through. So let me know if there's any like special items or weapons you're looking for, and I'll send them up to you. I do have another group of 10 orcs coming in at eBay Rescue, but they're Iron Jaws orcs from Age of Sigmar. So those should be absolute a blast to fucking kit bash. Alright, back at it. What are we working on? We're working on red. We're doing armor and... yeah, armor cloth. That'd be cool. And I have my my third truck coming in. Okay, yeah, I'll keep an eye out, Sean. I'll keep an eye out. Take some snaps so you can let me know. I'll pick you up some stuff and just mail it to you. Yeah, they literally have like their bolt-action room just has like a whole bunch of boxes in the middle. It's just filled with bits. Yeah, I think you just like pay for like every couple ones you grab or something like that. I'm not sure how it works, but it's like super cheap. is doing the armor on the driver right now. Then I'll do the armor on the gunner, then I'll swap over to the orange and do their jumpsuit. So yeah, so same thing with my guys. Instead, because I really like the chrome look, it kind of like harkens back to the whole Mad Max thing. So instead of like bone, like their spike helmets are all chromed. Like here's a rocket launcher. His spikes are all chromed. You can see what my rockets look like. They're red fins to go fast and yellow warheads for more explosive punch. And for those of you who are part of the Morning Glory channel, this is the knob model that I'm doing for him. It's Timmy Two Skulls. You can actually see his two skulls, and he asked for a Morty cap. So I actually went ahead and put that in there. You can see it right there above his head. And I built him like a super cool little custom slugger. That'd be pretty good, Sean. I think you get a kick out of it. I mean, he is. He has talked about how me and some other people are tempting him into actually working on his orcs. So long ago, the whole Tom thing and the ordering the orcs and getting them painted. No one ever painted them. I mean, I don't really know what I'm doing, but it seems like with the more DACA, the new one that's been changed, that where you can like really move and shoot, it seems like you could actually do some pretty fun guard shenanigans. You know, if you use like a lot of shooter boys and looter boys and stuff like that, you'd actually probably have a pretty badass little orc army that kind of plays like Imperial Guard. Time to do the orange jumpsuits for the boys. Yeah, Sean, kind of have like a group of people pick like different tribes to paint. You know, have like one community, you know, paint like the Bad Moons. Somebody else do him some snake bites. Somebody else do him some death skulls. That would be really cool. Yeah, you'd have an orc army in no time, and it would all be done with like different. That'd be really cool. Yeah, sure. I'm really liking how the orange like prison jumpsuit thing kind of looks. I thought it'd clash a lot more with the red because they're so similar in colors, but it's not bad. It just kind of makes them look a little more unique, you know? Well, the more I read about Gorka Morka, I may want to do like, you know, some Digga guys, and I actually have a couple of Penal Legion bodies for like Imperial Guard, so I may put some of them on some of these trucks too. You know, kind of like the Grotch, just kind of like hanging out. Hey man, yeah, I'm excited to see it. I've seen the way you do your Rock and Stone guys, your Voltan orange. That shit just looks so good. It's like that classic, you know, space search and rescue NASA punk style international orange. It looks really good. So however you paint these guys, I'm totally down with. Yeah, Sean, you're probably right. I thoroughly am enjoying painting these guys, and I think it's good to have a palette cleanse from Bolt Action and Conflict 47, because I got a while for the Imperial Japanese book, so. Oh, I forgot his legs are visible. I got to go paint his legs and boots. That would be cool. Some Blood Axe Commandos and some Sophies. That's a pretty cool idea. Forgot his leg and boots visible on the other side. That's what I specialize in. Like I said, I always told you the whole objective of the stream was to be something, you know, obviously not as good, but kind of like, you know, Toonami. You know, super late at night, you're not sure why you're awake this early or why you're up this late. You know, it's nothing really on, but like, oh hey, check it out, there's that one stream. You can always come out here and hang out and chat. Everyone here's friends. I've always tried to aim for like that Toonami late night TV vibe, you know? Try to avoid the drama. I know every now and then I kind of vent a little bit, and it is what it is, but for the most part I try and avoid the drama. Yes, you can definitely blame me for being up. 100%. Oh my god, a Stompa or a Gorkanaut. Oh, that's so cool. I'd probably contribute like a fighter burner bomber or something like that. Yeah, I forgot his leg and boot were going to be visible, so that's what I'm painting right now. I laugh at him. I think they're funny. So that's why I went back and hit these little wrappings on these poles. I went back and hit them with Zandari dust, so I can go back over and snakebite leather and give it a really good dirty leather appearance. Takes about 2 coats for that leather to start looking right. Can see it now, Sean. YouTube's like, in the chat, unsolicited, uncertified mental health advice was given. We're deducting 5 points from Slytherin. I'll sling Nolan oil on my vehicle. Does that count? little Nolan oil. Does that appease the painting gods? I guess one of the other reasons why I pick Horde armies is it's my excuse to hide my terrible painting skills, where it's like, oh, I'm doing quantity over quality, where realistically I just don't try very hard when I paint, and I refuse to get any better. So it's like, oh, you'll get better if you do it more. I'm like, you want to bet? Don't wish that evil on me. I actually have a paint. I actually have a pot of contrast paint that I should not have open right now. Why would you put that evil on me? Oh, alright, yeah, I really gotta touch up that back rot. I missed a lot of spots on him. I had to go back and fix. Let me fix that leather strap on the gunner. Let me paint that the pole behind the driver chrome, and then that'll probably be where I'll stop tonight. I'll probably work on it some more tomorrow. But he's getting there. He's getting there. Come a long way from just a straight ass red wagon, so I'm pretty happy. Yeah, I really like the motor, and I can't wait to hit that thing with some Nolan oil and get it like proper kind of dirty a little bit. Dark Toad is slightly less offensive. You have angered the paint gods. Sean is their prophet. Oh man, I love this chat so much. You guys make this, man. That is the best part. I mean, I like catching up on my models, but just reading the shit you guys say is absolutely the best part. So I'm not sure what I'll be painting next week. It'll probably go back to some bolt action. I'll work on the MPs. I'm waiting on my 50 cals to come in, but we shall see. Oh yeah, it's gonna make him stick out. Nice. Put myself behind him. Oh, dude, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what you do with it, man. I'm excited to see like what this paint style looks like in the hands of someone who knows what they're doing. Nice. Yeah, I think that's a good stopping point right there. Yeah, like the last thing we added is made these just like this bar back up here. You made this bar right here, chrome. So I'm really curious what to paint the ammo box for the big shooter. Now all my magazines and drones I do in chrome, but should I do this ammo box in chrome? I want to do it in green, but that's just like normal military guardisms, you know, so I'm not quite sure what to do with that. So those of you still in the chat, feel free to drop in your comments. Let me know what you think, you know, in this chat, or leave a comment. Let me know what you are, not that I'm fighting for engagement, just so I can have a good indication. Let me know what to paint this in. Let me pick it up. This, ooh. There we go. Yeah, that ammo box right there. What should we paint that ammo box? See, I'm thinking OD too. That's what I'm. It's just an ammo box, OD, a fuel barrel is red. I mean, these are just like natural things. That's what I'm thinking too. Because even the lore is that these guys were from a rock that crash landed. There was, you know, Evil Sun's tribe, and there was a, a Blood Axe tribe, and they kind of fought, and the Evil Suns win, so they kind of took in a lot of Blood Axes into their units. They do still have a lot of, like, Blood Axe tendencies. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, green, too. Yeah. I kind of want to do the sights blue. I think that's one thing I may end up doing for the shooters, is I think I may do their sights blue. You know, that way they have good luck for hitting. All right, man. That was a good night of painting, good night of chatting. That was a win-win in my book. Put all my delicious Citadel paint pots. Oh, look at that shot. Look how old that is. That's like old. The new pots have like that red around the sea. This is like the full old school one, right? Oh, no drippers here, just straight paint pots. Oh, it's glorious. I enjoy your color theory, Sean. I actually learned a lot from that. All right, that was actually a pretty good week of streaming. Like I said, we did a couple. I was supposed to like stream for a long Sean. I was supposed to stream for a lot more this week because I was in a rush to get all these like orcs painted for a crusade, but looks like the crusade's not gonna happen. I kind of like bowed out of it. I just don't think I was a good fit for it, and that's fine. I'll just get to 40k a little bit slower, you know, play some small 500-point games, kind of have some fun. But this has been a great palette cleansing week of just painting these orcs. I said, built these trucks, painted these trucks. I'm working on the main truck now, but I absolutely love how the Goliath came out. The Goliath is really cool. You can even see how the grenades are, little stick bombs that are yellow, you know, for explosives. You got it like garage hanging out here in the back. Yeah, really like the way the Goliath came out. I have a beat up Rhino from eBay that was like, I think like 30 bucks, and it's missing some parts. So I have that coming in. That'll be fun to build and turn into a truck. That'll be my third truck. But that's what I'm looking at. So hopefully you guys got some painting and some kit bashing and modeling into. Always happy to see you. It was a great fun time to chat. We talked about everything from video games to, you know, what happened to D&D, why I want to do more social tabletop events. It was a good chat. Square Cutter Sean damned me to the 9th circle of hell for my choice of paint pots instead of dripper bottles. That's always amusing. But with that, I know it's crazy late or crazy early, so for those of you going to bed, some people have already dipped out. I hope you guys sleep well. I hope you get the sleep you deserve. Shout out to I Am Sam Motorcycle Man. Hey, congrats on your restaurant opening. If you finish the whole thing, I hope you all the best with your restaurant as you head to work. You know, it's your opening day. I hope it works really well for you. I know Sean just woke up, so Sean, I hope you have a great day, man. I hope you get to relax, get some good pipe tobacco in. For all the rest of you guys who are headed to work, it would be a great day at work. And as always, I hope you guys stay safe, stay hydrated, and don't forget to relax today, because you're on Tiki time.
Soldiers on the sand, type today, rifles in hand. Hula gals with summer smiles, no war drums, just beach for miles. Ghost park by Tiki lights, shadow dance in tropic nights. Sand beneath where boots once stood, paradise ain't so misunderstood. Lost in waves and hula tunes, Tiki drinks and months of moons. Forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. Bunkers built from palm and hope, coconuts and crude soap. Imperial dreams fade in sun, warriors turn beach bums. Shine to ocean gods we raise, praying for forgotten days. Sake in the campfire glow, life's a surfboard, ebb and flow. Lost in waves and hula tunes, Tiki drinks and months of moons. Forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. and hula tunes. Tiki trains and monster moves. Forgot